Good morning. YouTube. YouTube chat. Why are you not on screen? There we go. Thank you. That that on-screen text is not accurate. Okay. Okay, I just finished my food. I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick, and then I will be back. Okay. Okay, let's have a change in tactic. This little rotating doodle bob, that can go away. No gimmicks. No gimmicks. Just no gimmicks, no fancy. Actually, you know what? I already have the rotation code in place. We can leave that. Do, 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 do. Okay. Good. Display folders in icon mode. Let's go ahead and how tall is the screen? The screen is not perfectly aligned with the grid. 672 divided by 16, 42 tiles. Let's go ahead and let's just go ahead and make just a miscellaneous collision shape. Okay, rectangle shape, transform, position 0, 0. Okay, so 32 times 16. 32 times 16 is 512. So 512, and then 256 times 16 is 4096. Okay, so I'm going to make this exceedingly restrictive. The levels are 32 tiles by 256 tiles. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's a way that I can just draw that onto the grid. So, can I, like, lock you so I can't accidentally grab you? Go dot, draw square onto viewport grid. For notes. Oh, no, this is a plugin. Do 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 do. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is. Oh, this is how to make a plugin for that. Oh, no, I don't want that. And then. 4096. Okay, so oh, okay. I just want the size. You know what? I don't care. I th but do. You know, this is fine. It doesn't have to exactly match some other metric. No, don't delete it. Get rid of the spikes. Get rid of the hazard respawns. Okay, so do. Node enemies. Node hazards. world size, process disabled. I don't want you interacting with anything. Physics interpolation off. Disabled. Nothing. You don't get to have anything. Actually, disabled. Never processes. Completely disables processing. Ignoring scene tree dot paused. Okay. Okay, so what the fuck happened to the grid? Why are the players so small? Nothing got rescaled. Yeah, what the fuck? There we go. Okay, so do. Okay, so kill plane at the bottom of the world. Now, just because it... Now, I don't have to use the full size every time. Okay. I should move the camera to be part of the level rather than on the player. Because then I can just check if the player is moving forward and then just fucking drag it forward. Or maybe I could do it like how like some Flash games do it, where you just have like a single screen as the level. Apparently, I have no idea what I want. I keep trying different ideas, but I don't actually. I keep trying different ideas, but I don't actually have like a vision. Hmm. I guess my vision is to learn. I just want to learn. Hmm. I appreciate this place random tile button. Hmm. You know what? No. 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 Okay. Since apparently I have. I am incredibly shit at coming up with ideas for myself. Game idea generator. Let's just have the internet tell me what to do. Steampunk platforming. That could be interesting. Although that would be more of an artistic theme, but I guess you could have like a little steam-powered jetpack. Good morning, Death. Right now I'm kind of looking at like game idea generators because apparently I can't come up with anything on my own. A lonely fighting game without a combo system. It's about fishing. What the fuck? How the fuck do you make a fighting game without a combo system? That's like the entire point of fighting games. Make the attacks complement each other without explicitly comboing into each other? Like Wizard of Legend? Oh my god. Twitch. Why the fuck is the pin and reply message completely blocking some of the characters in the message? Fuck off. Roguelike, indie. Okay. Man, I really wish the fucking tags on Steam were defined by the developer. Or at least whoever makes the, like, game page. Because the user-defined tags, I kinda don't care about. What does you could? Oh no, that was just that was just me testing to make sure that the on-screen chat was working. It doesn't mean anything. Ooh. A satirical arcade game that takes place in a world where things don't happen anymore. That sounds existential and philosophical. I could definitely see a few different takes on how someone could interpret things don't happen anymore. Hmm. Yeah, because I was trying to use just a game idea generator because I realized like I don't really have a vision. I'm kind of just trying to make shit just to learn and acquire information. Because I think I'm better at making stories than trying to think of how to implement it into a game format. Because it's like, oh, playing as a funny little skeleton dude could be cool, but then it's like, where the fuck do you go from there? And make a story. Yeah, but I thought we were supposed to be doing game dev. Because I like programming. I like programming is fun. I suppose one thing I could potentially try is plan out exactly what the game would be, like what the mechanics would be, so I would know what I would have to make. But then the issue becomes, oh, you thought ahead too far, and this is actually way too complicated. Like I could do something that's just just Mario or just I want to be the guy or blah blah blah. Something that's super simple so I can focus more on learning level design and stuff. See, that's a really cool idea, but that also sounds really complicated. Because you would need an inventory system in order to account for your upgrades and stuff. And then you would also need like a bunch of different player visuals. Although I do like the idea of getting down to 1 health and you're just a head that's just rolling along the ground and you gotta just headbutt things to death while trying desperately to not get hit until you rebuild your body. I suppose one thing I have to consider is if I care to include a save system or not. Because if I don't have to include a save system, that makes it a lot easier. Because then I don't have to actually record anything anywhere. Two D requires more raw asset implementation. Yeah. There is always 2.5D, where you use 3D models in a 2D environment. Make the skeleton have a bunch of multiple sprites. True. Yeah, there is. I don't know what the animation style is called, but that is a thing. Where each of the limbs is its own thing, so instead of manually animating the entire character, you just rotate along the joints. I just clicked generate on the idea maker, and it just says, "Get this, Candyland meets Sudoku." That just sounds like a reskinned Sudoku. Why would that sound painful? I mean, it's just Sudoku. I mean, the rules of Sudoku are fairly simple. I'm thinking Sudoku on a Mach 3 moving plane. Yeah, I can see how it would be hard to steady your hand if there's a lot of turbulence at that speed. Ooh. Ooh, here's a good one. Steampunk tower defense game. I mean, steampunk is really just an art style choice, but tower defense could be feasible. I don't think that's super complicated. Not a flying plane, a board plane? Huh? You said on a Mach 3 moving plane. I guess I'm not understanding what you're envisioning. Oh, fucking match 3. Oh, I need to actually read the things that I'm looking at. Sudoku with the positions move with the match 3 logic of Candy Crush. Oh, that does sound painful. Although, to be fair, it didn't say Candy Crush, it said Candy Land, which is a board game. I think it said Candy Land. Yeah, that's just a Sudoku rescan. That's what I was thinking. Okay, I guess. Maybe the parameters that we need to restrict ourselves to is simple but interesting. But I guess that sounds like it's just the objective of every game ever. Well, most indie games, simple but interesting. Like, fuck, I don't even think Hollow Knight technically has a gimmick. It's just good combat. It's just a good game. Like, I guess the hitting the enemy for soul would be a kind of gimmick. I suppose I could try a roguelike. That was recommended and is supposedly simple. A lot of assets. Yeah. But I mean, I can make a lot of placeholder assets and then like swap things out later. And also, like, I imagine, like, some of the assets would get shared between enemies. Because, like, the, the average roguelike, from my experience, has a lot of enemy types and a lot of item types, and then a lot of item synergy effects. So, yeah, a fuck ton of assets. At least the standard, like, bullet hell roguelike, which seems to be a classic choice. And by classic choice, I mean The Binding of Isaac specifically. Hmm. This sounds very interesting. Although, it also sounds like it would be potentially complicated. However, I do like science and like relativity and physics and stuff. You could potentially have it to where like each area is like a different planet or something, or like a different reality. And like you're going through killing the enemies and stuff, and then you get to the end of the level and there's like a portal or whatever, and then it warps you to somewhere else, and then like maybe for some of them it's like, oh, gravity is different, so like you move slower or faster. And then like the enemies can be drastically different because it's like a completely different world each time. Mettaton rainfall? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do you mean megaton? Ah, megaton. Megaton. Indestructible, interdimensional super being, first person superhero game, blah blah blah. You're so powerful you can destroy skyscrapers when you miss your otherworldly target. Nice. Okay, so that's like a lower end version of like when gods are fighting. And like, oh, you missed and accidentally wiped out an entire multiverse. Yeah, that's 16 bucks. Did it used to just be like free, or was it just like a temporary like 100% off? It was just flat free? Damn. Yeah, that's kind of cringe. Like if I ever set a game to be like fully free, it's just free. That I'm never going to increase the price of a game. That's stupid. Not pay for it as it currently exists. Okay. Not worth the 16 bucks. Okay. Hello, Bix. Good morning. What is your question? We're not really doing much at the moment, just trying to think of ideas that might be feasible to not immediately throw away. Or rather, such that I don't immediately give up on them because it's too complicated. How do I close the script editor? Oh, like how to close this menu? If you want to close this menu doesn't really close. It's still the same viewport. You just click up here to change which view you're looking at. No problem. Seems kind of backwards. I don't know. It seemed fairly intuitive to me, but different people, different brains. These, although to be fair, these aren't super well indicated that they are buttons. I feel like they could have had like a border with a bevel around it. Make it a little bit more obvious. The selected more bright, so you can't miss which mode you're in. I feel like that one is more of a personal preference. Although I suppose depending on, like, color blindedness, monitor display, yeah, it could be a little more contrasty. Because, like, this is dark blue, and this is, like, kind of light blue. But, like, the entire theme of Godot is blue. But yeah, it could definitely have been made more obvious. I feel like having an outline with bevel, and then having the currently selected one be, like, quote-unquote indented inward, I feel like that would be a good way to do it. Oh, Death, did you ever finish that, Steam script? I know you were going to bed, so probably not. Working on it currently? Okay. I do greatly appreciate that. Maybe ugly, but at least makes it very clear it's 100. Godot is open source, so if you wanna test your skill, you could potentially try and find this specific spot, this specific color value, and change that. So that like your local copy you can tweak and make it better for yourself. Still C++ on the back end. I don't know if I can handle that. I don't know. I haven't worked with C++, although I imagine it would probably be feasible to find a single hex value. Because, like, you would only be changing, like, a single color. Like, I don't know anything about the structure of Godot's source or how C++ works. So maybe finding that hex value is going to be really hard. Hmm. I think I like this idea. Because, like, I know a decent amount about space, and, like, I could look up more stuff. You could include some, like, relativity type shit. It's in the theme settings. Oh, it's just fucking. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Awesome. Okay, well, problem solved. Yeah, I was actually going to recommend that as well because I know in the, like, for the script editor, it does allow you to change all of these colors. I was not expecting it to allow you to change the UI itself. That's really cool. Hmm. One game idea that I had a while ago that I think would be really cool is basically just Superliminal 2, but like with even more perspective altering shenanigans. Because like the entire gimmick of that game is like how you view the world is physically how the world is. So like if something is like up close to your face and it like appears big in your vision, you grab it and then look up at like a really far away ceiling and then let go. It snaps it to the ceiling, but maintaining the relative size in your field of view. So then it makes it absolutely massive and it falls back down, taking up like a massive chunk of the room. Even if previously it was just like a tiny lighter that you were just holding up to your eye. You could definitely do some cool stuff like that with relativity and like the speed of light and stuff. Because like you would have like light shifting, like changing the colors of stuff. And then I think also like if you have multiple things moving relative to each other in relativistic speeds, things actually start to stretch and shit. So you could potentially, because there's like the actual position versus the perceived precision. Yeah, Superliminal is super fun. I still haven't finished that. I have 2 achievements left. But and then like I'm also like I'm imagining you could potentially have like a blink mechanic to where like while you're holding a button to close your eyes, the world just doesn't exist because you're not perceiving anything. So perception is reality. There is no reality because you're not perceiving it. So you could like hold a button to close your eyes in order to like phase through walls and stuff or like fall through the floor. And then I'm also imagining like using mirrors to like duplicate items. Although you would have to be careful with mirrors because that would be exponential growth. You'd have to put a cap on it somehow. Okay. So let's see how hypothetically how would we implement this idea? Traversing the universe could be like different. That could be like the different maps. You have like different planets, or maybe even different realities. Perhaps there's like secret alternate floors. Killing pretty easy. That's just video game. Hmm. Maybe maybe it could be like as you're going through the levels, you're gathering some kind of resource, which is like kind of accumulating energy, and your objective is to reach the speed of light in order to like transcend the physical laws of reality or something. So like each time you go through unlocking more stuff, blah 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 blah. So like on the first run, you're not going to be able to gather enough energy to reach the speed of light almost certainly. But then like as you unlock more of the game, as you unlock more abilities, maybe there's stuff that like makes it so that enemies drop more energy and stuff. And then like at the end of each floor, like depending on how much energy you have, that at the end of the floor, depending on how much speed you have, that determines like where you go next maybe.
No, no, no. Well, I mean, maybe. It wouldn't make sense from a cosmological perspective, because the speed of light is absolutely not fast enough to instantly jump from one planet to another. I think having just like miscellaneous portals leading to the next area would work. Maybe energy could also be like the kind of currency, maybe? So like there could be like shops and stuff. It's like maybe there's like other people trying to like do the same thing as you. Like everyone is trying to break free of reality. Streamerbot, please fucking stay connected to my account. It's so annoying. I might go ahead and change the stream title because we're just kind of thinking about thinking at the moment. Yes, game idea Brainstorming. Close enough. Hmm. Maybe like the bosses could be like like puns, like play on physics jokes. Like or maybe even just named after famous physicists that like derived formulas based on stuff. Hmm. But like, would it be like a shooter? Maybe primary sword? Maybe like mix of both, just a bunch of different items. Hmm. Or maybe even you just have the one move set. Like there aren't items. It's just make it through. Use your skill, make it through. Hmm. Maybe one. Maybe there could be like multiple characters potentially. Roguelikes tend to have multiple characters, or at the very least, multiple skins. Although, multiple skins, that's art style. I don't need to be worrying about that. Ooh, maybe there could be like an item that allows you to like convert enemies like 1-to-1 mass to energy. So they would give a lot more money when they died. Ooh, maybe. Maybe you have like a big ass world map. Really? For fuck's sake. Well, maybe you have like this big ass world map with like all these little planets and whatnot, like scattered about. And then like this right here is your starting point. Maybe you go around the map gathering energy. Depending on how much energy you've gathered, that determines like the distance you can travel. Like maybe these three are like 5 light years away, but then this one is like fucking like 25 or whatever, and then like this one's like 150. So like you can only reach these three. It consumes a little bit of energy getting to that, And then like the idea is to like go around to all the local areas. And then maybe this could be like the like 5 or whatever quote unquote levels of the current quote unquote floor. And then like it and then it like jumps out and then to like this higher collective of like maybe galaxies or whatever. But you get to choose the order in which you do the floors. And then the idea is to go through these gathering enough energy until you can break free of like the dimensional barrier or whatever. So that would be an interesting idea because personally, I don't think I've seen a roguelike that allows you to choose the order in which you do the different floors of the quote unquote dungeon. Although that would mean I would have to have a system in place to dynamically change the difficulty based on which order the player does them in. But then, of course, like, the player would only have a little bit of control over the order because, like, the distance would also be somewhat randomized. So you would have to have enough energy to actually reach it. Okay, can I have an actual art tool, please? Thank you. Hey, fuck. Oh, hmm. Okay, well now I know what color the fucking background is. Okay. Okay, so you would have like this area, which is like floor 1. And then you would have your starting point. And maybe like 3 to 7 randomly generated planets of different distances. Maybe this is like 5 light years, and then this is like 30, 5, 50, not to scale, obviously. And then maybe like you have like one way out here at the very edge. That's like 100. But because these are like lined up next to each other, from here to here would actually be like 85. And then to go from here to here would be like 40 because it's slightly closer. So there would be a little bit of strategy, especially like if the different planets have like specific icons. So like you know what's going to be in like vaguely what's in those levels. So like say you wanted to like get here. It might be optimal to like go here, here, here in order to like maybe save on fuel or something. And then let's move this here. And then this, we would have do 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 do. This floor is this. That's close enough. So then we have that. And then we would have like each of these other areas. Some closer, some further. Some with a lot of planets. Some with not many. Some being super large. Tiny little middle. Maybe we could have like different types of locale. We have planets, we have stars. We could have like a black hole. And then like, so this would be a star system. And then like this would be a galaxy type thing. And then the final objective would be to just break out of reality. I think this idea could be interesting. I'm imagining like maybe like a Milky Way wishes type map style for this. Ooh, maybe like the black hole could potentially be like, instead of like a location that you go to, it's a hazard. So like going from here to here, like say there's these three planets, but the black hole's right here. Due to like the curve, like the space-time being curved excessively, going from here to here would technically be a shorter route than going from here to here. The hypotenuse is shorter, or rather, the hypotenuse is longer than the other two sides because it's actually like really compressed space-time, so it's more distance in the same amount of quote-unquote volume. Because Pythagoras be damned. Although I'm not sure if it would be like you have to spend energy or fuel or whatever to go to a location. Or if it's just you're just gradually accumulating more and more, being able to go out further and further. Because by the time you have enough energy to like leave here and go to another location, if you don't expend fuel going to that location, then there's not going to be any issue getting to any planet within it. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna go take a short restroom break and then I will be back. Okay, I am back. You could potentially so there could potentially be different different celestial bodies, because you'd have like stars and planets, black holes, and the like. Ooh, maybe if you achieve FTL before you actually leave, maybe like black holes could be like secret levels that you can only access if you have FTL. Because like if you want to go into a black hole, that's fine, but you're not going to be able to leave unless you can violate the laws of physics. Although, even if you could go FTL, you actually technically couldn't escape a black hole because it's not pure speed. You would have to be able to teleport. But every single possible vector inside of a black hole only leads further into the black hole. But this is fiction. It's fine. We could have like different planet types, different galactic types. Like maybe one is a like maybe one is a spiral galaxy. That's not how you draw a spiral galaxy. That is the world's shittiest spiral galaxy. How the fuck do you draw a spiral galaxy? Unless you could bend space-time around the capsule in question to make it immune to the black hole's effects. Yeah, no, you could definitely just pull some fiction technology bullshit out of your ass and make it work. But from what I know about actual black holes, like even if you did go faster than light, you would not be able to escape it just due to the inside of the black hole technically being physically separated from the rest of the outside universe. I guess you got like your little core, and then like something like that. So you could have like a spiral galaxy. You could have like fucking like Bowtie Galaxy, or was that like Bowtie Nebula or something? You could have some references to some famous galaxies and stuff. Maybe you could like maybe there's like an upgrade you can get to like have insane heat resistance, and then like maybe there's like you go to a star and there's like a fire themed level. Like you got your lava level. Like it like if we want to just completely like ignore lore, if we don't want to give a shit about lore, we can absolutely just have a star just be a level that you can stand on and go through. Even though like an actual star would just be a ball of plasma. Like we could make this be gameplay first, and that'd be fine. Your capsule would also be physically separate within its own self-made pocket, which would allow it to exist outside the influence of the black hole. Possibly. That's when you get into like funky relativity and that goes beyond my understanding of space-time curvature. Because like I guess you could technically like drag a pocket of external space in with you, but then by definition you're still not inside the black hole. Well, like I mean even if you like because like you wouldn't have crossed the event horizon. It would be kind of like you wouldn't be able to see anything inside the black hole. But I guess that like that would still be like a decent enough explanation as to why you don't get immediately destroyed. Because like when you're messing with the black holes, eventually something is going to be like fiction, because there's no real way to escape a black hole. You're not an astrophysicist? No, I just really like space and physics. I watched a lot of YouTube videos. Just go down and let me hard set my position. I'm attempting to hard set the Z position of my player. You should be able to just do position.z equals blah blah blah. Maybe try self.position.z. Also make sure that you're spelling position correctly. Yeah, no, I'm not an astrophysicist. I just really like space and physics and math. don't know very much about like biology and like geology, but space is cool. I mean, not to say that geology and biology isn't cool. It's just not my area of expertise. Went from Monster Hunter to Black Holes. Nice. Fantasy to sci-fi, the perfect transition. Hmm. Something that could be like an interesting thing is make it to where like anytime you enter a level, you're playing as a different person. Like all of your stats are the same. It's just visually you're different because it's like to simulate that this is a generational ship. It's like, oh, that's 50 light years, but we're not at the speed of light, so it's going to take us super fucking long to get there. So then it's just a new person getting off of the ship to go and gather the supplies. Just a funny little thing. But then that would mean I would have to make a lot of player character assets and bleh. Hmm. Set no lock? Interesting. That's very odd. Where are you attempting to set the player's position? Does that part of the script have permission to access the player variables? And also, the part of the script that is setting the player's position, is that part of the script actually being ran? Like, if you make a movement function that is supposed to set the player's script, but then you don't put that movement function into the physics process, it's not actually getting ran every frame. Because, like, my jump handler, uh, if press jump, do the jump stuff, but it needs to actually have jump handler down here for it to be checking for the jump every single frame. Because if it's not checking for the jump, it doesn't matter if it's supposed to do something when you jump. The script is on the player, so I would assume. Okay. Yeah, if it's on the player, then it definitely has access. Double check that that part of the code is actually being processed. Because I've definitely had times where I've just not put it down here, and I'm like, why doesn't it work? Oh yeah, it's not working because it's fucking never being called. Also, I don't know if 3D requires the move and slide. Maybe make sure you have move and slide down here. Although, you said you're trying to set the position directly? Like teleport the player to a location? Make sure that wherever you're executing the player movement code, make sure that that function is down here in the physics process. So it's actually checking for the player input every single frame. And did you say you're trying to set the position directly? Why would you not be setting the velocity? Are you like actually trying to do a teleport? Interesting. I don't want any of this gravity or friction that every person has in their code. I just want to hard set this stuff. That I wish you luck. I mean, there's a reason that gravity and well, I mean, you don't have to have friction. You don't have to have friction. You can, if you just set the player's velocity directly, like you don't have to have acceleration or deceleration. You can just make it to where, oh, the player is pressing right, instantly snap to maximum speed. And then, oh, the player is no longer pressing right, instantly snap to 0. Like, there's a reason move and slide is baked in. It's because it's really convenient. So yeah, you don't have to have friction, but I would strongly recommend using the built-in gravity if you're going to have gravity. Like right here, if I jump, velocity.y equals jump force. Now, you can do this exact same thing with velocity.x in order to set the running speed to just instantly go to maximum running speed. Actually, do I have that in my movement handler? Okay, no, I have acceleration and deceleration in here, but you don't need acceleration or deceleration. If you just want the player to move, they can just move. Like, that's what Hollow Knight does. Like, I think technically they have like a they have like a frame or something of acceleration, but it's more or less instantly. I just want to move them forward by one time. Oh, you have a grid-based system. Oh, okay. Okay, if you have a grid-based system, okay, then okay, just manually setting position makes a lot more sense. You could probably set something up to where like each cell in the grid has associated data. And then you check your current cell position, so then you can reference to the nearby cells. Because then you could check like, oh, is the cell to the right currently a valid tile to move to? Oh no, it's actually a wall, or oh, that's actually a cliff, or oh, that's actually a fire. Don't move. Or it's like, oh, that's an enemy, that's an NPC. You cannot occupy the same space. Hmm. You know, I'm just now realizing this is roguelike Mario Galaxy. Although I suppose not really. I mean, Mario Galaxy wasn't the first game to be set in space. There was Star Fox. Star Fox came before Mario Galaxy. I wonder if there's like a funny way that I could turn this into a name. Something to follow a tutorial. Oh, they were using 3.5. Sag. I don't know what a tween is. It sounds like a type of candy. Maybe. Can I have. Can I have text? It, thank you. Engi Macken? The fuck? Energy equals mass constant squared. C is the speed of light, but yeah, it does stand for it is a constant or a global variable type shenanigan. I was thinking maybe like an equal sign kind of vaguely looks like an I if you're using a serifed font. Like it looks like a very scrunched I with the middle taken out. So maybe we could do something like EI. Twins are just interpolation between stuff as the motion between a set of positions. Oh. Oh, so like you have A and B, and then you have every value in between A and B as you move along the function curve? I am such a fucking nerd. So like if you're going from 0 to 1, you would have like 0 0.1, 0 0.2, 0 0.3, etc., etc. And those would be the tweens as you're moving from 0 to 1. Hmm. I don't know if there's a letter that looks like a 2. Exactly? Okay. I'm Ka the second. It's a really good way to do stuff. You want smooth movement. But I specifically do not want smooth movement. Yeah, I can see how that would be an issue. Okay, I think I like this, although it is a bit of a stretch. Maybe you have like two eyes, and then it's like you rotated the equal sign. And like, this also would work for like an alien name, because it's very. I don't think this is like very Terran. Can I seriously not snap to really it 33% to 50%? I can't fuck off. Give me 40%. Not 440. No, 40. Fuck off. Krita, what the fuck? Gotta love when autocomplete disagrees with you. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Although I do think it's very interesting. It's using like logarithmic zoom. Is it's like, oh, this is only zooming by fucking like 1.1%, but then like I get up here now it's zooming by 400%. What the fuck is this cursor? Um, Kratom? Thank you. Fuck. I hit Control Z a few too many times, and it was not bringing it back. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so we got our basic structure. Well, this is going to require at least like 2 scene types because you're gonna have your levels and then you're gonna have your like world map. Ooh, what if it would definitely be more work, but what if like there are different planet types that have like different quote unquote genre layouts. So like maybe like one of them is 2D platformer, another one is like top-down shooter, blah 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 blah. Although, but then that would make it harder to transfer any upgrades you find between levels. It would be cool, but I don't think it's gonna work for this. I mean, unless you want the player to just not be able to get like a bunch of crazy upgrades and stuff. No, hello, Triple Jump Games with the rate of 4. Good morning. I hope you are having a good time. How's it going? Well, it's going. I have come to the conclusion that I'm not very good at thinking of ideas for myself, and I am better working off of something given to me. So I decided to use a game idea generator. And we have a decent baseline set up. How are you doing? Were you doing anything cool? Three-player cases of multiplayer working. Nice, nice. Local or server? I say as if I understand how servers work. Doo ba doo boop 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 boo. Doo 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 doo. Can I copy image? Paste. Thank you. Do 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 do. What the fuck is step 2? I guess step 2 would be determining what the gameplay looks like so that I can make a basic player object. Isaac and Gungeon are pretty good examples. They use like top-down stuff, but those are also both bullet hells. It depends on if I want a bullet hell. Bleh. Sinuses. I could maybe do like side scroller shoot 'em up. That has cool potential for combos, item combos, synergies. Like maybe like Castlevania style map for each individual planet. You got like your individual rooms with loading zones in between. And then like you would have like item rooms and stores and all that fun stuff. Do 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 do. I guess I guess it would I guess the question isn't really what does the gameplay look like. The question is what is the objective on the individual planets? Because we have the overall objective. Go around the planets, gathering energy, get enough speed to jump to nearby galaxies in order to go through all those different areas, and then get enough speed to escape reality. Ooh. Hang on, pause. Hang on. I need to look something up. There was this a choose your own adventure little like card game that I played with my cousins a while back called War with the Evil Power Master. It had a similar map system like this. You would have different planets you can go to, but you could only visit each planet once. So like you would go to a planet and regardless of if you had a good or a bad outcome, you had to then go to another planet. That could be interesting. You're not allowed to revisit places, so you can't farm for materials. Although that would potentially... No, no, no. I was gonna say it would potentially make it to where like you could get stuck. So like, say like you went down, say you went here, 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 and then here. If you couldn't revisit planets, you would have no way of getting back to the other two. But maybe you can still like travel over them. You just can't actually enter the level. Maybe. Maybe you can. Hmm. Maybe you can always see the full world map, or maybe you have to like find like range upgrades for like your navigation equipment. So like you could be finding upgrades for yourself, or you could be finding upgrades for your ship. Ooh, and then maybe like in the transition between galaxy clusters or whatever. Maybe I could have like a little like a bullet hell mini game or something, just to like spice things up a little bit. So then the actual upgrades for your ship matter. Ooh, that would be cool. Have like two different types of roguelikes. Or well, hmm. You would have like the planet levels, and then you would have the in between galaxy levels. I think that could be interesting. Maybe like some planets have like maybe like some planet types have like harsh environments. So it's like, oh, if I try and land here, my body's going to be crushed because super gravity. I need mech armor or a genetic enhancement.
Or just a fuck ton of HP.
So you can just not give a shit and just survive anyway. Hmm. Yeah, I guess the objective of like the individual planets would be killing enemies and like finding items and stuff for energy so you can just actually be able to continue making progress. But then also finding loot drops and like secret items and shops and stuff so that you can just get strong enough to survive the later areas. Hmm. Okay. I do not know how I would go about doing top down like Gungeon or Isaac. Because I've only ever messed with just standard side scroller 2D. Because like Isaac and Gungeon is they're effectively 3D games. They just I don't think they're actually using a 3D engine. Hmm. I guess maybe you would just use Like, obviously you would just not have gravity. You would have to have a custom gravity. Hmm. Hmm. We have movement? Nice. Now, if only my brain could have movement, that would also be very nice. You just had to close and reopen the project. Ah, yes, the classic. Turn it off and turn it back on. I, I changed nothing. Why is it working now? Or occasionally change it to something else and then change it back to the original value. That also sometimes works. Hmm. Although, although for a roguelike, that also would mean randomness. Like random level generation, which might be really complicated. Now it seems to almost be working? Interesting. Great, now my brain is locking up. If only it was correctly not moving me when the raycast is in the wall. Are your collision layers set up properly? Because that should be fairly trivial. If blah blah in body, don't do the thing. Okay, what the fuck should I do? Because I don't know. I keep dropping the previous projects. And this is even more complicated than the other one. But it's so cool. I want to do the cool thing. Maybe I just have static levels, but their position is randomized. No, you can't. No, but then you wouldn't have as much variety in items. But fuck that. You can have 5 items, or 0 items, or something. I need anything at all. I need to focus on making anything whatsoever. Hmm. Raycast and tile set are on collision mask 1. Something. What you need is, let's assume that the tile that you're trying to detect is part of the terrain layer. The tile needs to be on, let's say, layer 1. Let's say layer 1 is the terrain layer. The tile is on layer 1. The raycast needs to be masking layer 1. So the terrain is on layer 1, so that is what it is. That is what it is a set of. It is part of layer 1. Then anything that is masking layer 1 means it's looking for layer 1. You don't need them both on layer 1. Because if they're both on layer 1, but neither of them are looking for layer 1, they can't actually see each other. So, as like a good example, this tile map layer. Where the fuck is physics? Okay, well, it's not here. Okay, tile map layer. The tile map layer is on collision layer 1, which is the terrain. And then if we go to the player, they are on layer 2, which is player, but they're masking layer 1, which is the terrain. So if I load this, it's just fine. But if I go to the player and I make it so they are no longer masking layer 1, they just fall through. So if you want the raycast to be able to detect the tile you're looking at, the raycast needs to be masking the layer that the tile is on. Player has no layer. I have no need for any sort of model or anything for them. Yeah, I suppose if you don't have gravity and stuff, the player doesn't really need a layer, because if you're not using proper collision, you're just checking to see if it's legal for them to move to the tile, then yeah, I don't think that would matter. I mean, you might want to give them a layer, just so that, like, if an enemy is attacking or whatever, it can check to see if, oh, I'm attacking the player. Is your raycast, like, is it Is it a like a full ray cast, infinite distance, or is it just a ray line? Because if it's just like a line with a set like a set length, maybe it's actually not reaching the next tile. So, like, it's just like falling short or something. So it's like, oh, there's not a tile here. I'll go ahead and move forward. Hmm. It doesn't let me. Did you mean to say it doesn't let me assign a layer to a node 3D? Layers can only be assigned. Layers are assigned to like actual physics objects. Yeah, like area 2D and type stuff. But like, if the wall that you're trying to detect doesn't have a layer, then it, like, if it doesn't have collision, then the raycast is not going to be able to detect it. Base node 3D with array and a camera. Okay. Ow. And by ray, you mean raycast 3D.
Recast Pingu isn't real. Recast Pingu can't hurt you.
Huh. Collide with areas and bodies. Maybe this is it? Is your wall considered an area or a body?
Steam signed me out. No. They don't want you automatically removing everything.
It makes you okay. You have like a lot of like spelling mistakes. You don't have to type super fast. I'm in no rush. I'm not going anywhere for like an hour. Okay, so the two things off the top of my head that it feels like it might be is one, your collision layering is incorrect. Two, maybe just something in your code is incorrect. Three, maybe you don't have a signal. Like maybe a signal's messed up. What the fuck is up with the mic? Why is it sending static or whatever? Duh. Okay, there we go. Dun 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 dun. I'm checking, is the player trying to move forward, and is the ray not colliding? if you're checking if the ray is not colliding with the wall, okay, so if ray is not colliding, move forward. Is that the function? Because if ray is not colliding, don't move forward. Then that means it's only going to move forward if you're moving into a wall. Yes. Oh, I was looking away. Yes to what? I'm doing is ray not colliding, then move forward. Okay. Could you go ahead and post the line where you're checking the collision? Because, like, are you checking for the class of the wall? Are you checking for the layer of the wall? Are you checking for a specific node name? Because if you're checking for something with a specific string, it would be very easy to mess that up. Ooh, here's an idea. If input dot is action just released, move forward, and not forward ray is colliding. Okay. Input is action just released. Move forward, okay. There might be some, like, order of operation confusion. Just to test that your forward ray thing is working, go ahead and take the not forward ray, drop it down inside the if, and just make a secondary if, checking the forward ray, and then take your movement code and plug it into that second if, just so it's checking if just released, move forward, and then checking forward ray is not colliding. Just in case there's some syntax misunderstanding. Because you're combining them into a single if statement. So maybe separating them into their own things will make it work. Because like I always do exclamation mark for the not, so I'm not super familiar with how the typing out the operands work. Like actually typing and typing not. I mean like sometimes I do, but oftentimes I'll just do and. Why the fuck are you not red? Oh, also, alternatively, maybe put your forward ray thing inside of its own parentheses, just so it's computed in isolation. So like that's two things you can try. I like this idea. Where, like, you don't technically need to fight the boss. Like, it's highly incentivized because they would give you, like, a lot more energy. But if you have, like, a particularly good item loadout, it might not matter. Okay. Maybe there could be like secret levels? Levels with prerequisite stats slash items slash item types. So maybe there's like multiple items that would be valid for a given thing. A cool thing about roguelikes is because like you can just add new stuff. You can just think of a new item and throw it in the pile. Just tweak where it spawns. The entire game isn't designed around the specific location of a given thing. Hmm. To probably be themed around the area where they are. Each star system would probably have a general theme as well. Or maybe not. Maybe like maybe you could have like each star system could have like an overall theme, but then like oh, there's a planet close to the star, so that's hotter. It's a lava planet. But then there's like one really far away, and it's an ice planet. There would ooh, hmm. Definitely would want like different gravity types. Maybe different atmosphere types. So like maybe you need proper shielding if you want to go to a certain level. Like most of the levels would be like accessible regardless of what you have. But there could be like specific levels where it's like, oh, you need heat resistance, but if you happen to have heat resistance, you can get more shit, more cool bonus. Or if you just have a fuck ton of health. I'm imagining like you land on the planet, but if you don't have proper heat resistance, it like starts a countdown timer until like your ship's shields fail or something. Hmm. Huh. I still need to think about what I want the combat to be like. Because you can have something like Dead Cells where it's like actually like hack and slash type shit, or it can be bullet hell. Or like maybe it can be something entirely different. I don't know. I think something is just broken. If I take away the knot and mess around with those collision settings, the collision is just always on and there's no movement ever. Hmm. Where is your raycast located? If the raycast is located inside of something, then it's always going to be colliding. Oh, question. Is your raycast masking itself? I don't know if an object is allowed to detect itself, but that might be worth considering. The entire point and scroll is used outside in geometry, so the player is inside the level. Well, it doesn't matter that the player is inside the level. What matters is if the raycast is colliding with another collider. So, like your hitboxes are what matters. Although forward ray dot is colliding. I guess forward ray is the node name. Okay, so returns whether any object is intersecting with the ray's vector, considering the vector's length. Any object. That doesn't explain anything. Is it talking about masks? Is it talking about just the physical model? Intersecting. It doesn't say colliding, it says intersecting. You said that your player object is a node 3D, a camera, and the ray. Try and move the camera and node 3D so that they're not inside the ray's collision, in case this is programmed really stupidly. Because it might just be checking if anything literally intersects, and it doesn't give a shit about collision mask. Because if that's the case, that's really stupid. But if that's also the case, then that means like any fucking particle effects or other terrain would also trigger it, not specifically the wall. Hmm. Man, I would really love to know where this mental wall is coming from, and where I can purchase a psionic sledgehammer. Yeah, because I keep just changing idea over and over and over. I get part of the way in and then I change, and then a part of the way in and then I change, and I don't. This shouldn't be that hard. It's just make the thing. But the issue is that you want everything to be cool when you need to actually just eat the frog and make garbage. Like, you need to intentionally make something that is bad. But I don't want to make things that are bad. Or rather, if I make something that's bad, I want it to be because of lack of skill, not because I'm intentionally just accepting the badness. Still no change? Damn. Hmm. Yeah, that's really odd. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm making garbage. I am making garbage. You see this? This is the level. This is the game. We have spikes, we have enemies, we have a level editor. Yo. Ooh. Death has sent me shenanigans. Now, Death, I just want you to know that I will be glancing over your code to make sure that it doesn't look insanely cursed. Is this supposed to be a .txt? Because it has no file extension. Or a .json or something. Fuck off. Fuck off. Okay, it's not JSON. What was this written in? Java? I don't know what the file extension is supposed to be. Ah, okay. Oh, .js. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and open with Visual Studio Code. Yes, I want to open the file. Okay. Allowed sub. Did you just fucking manually copy all of the fucking IDs? Or well, probably script copy. I feel like whatever you did to grab this list, you should have just included that function in this. Okay. Oh, well, actually, do you mind if I just read through it with it visible? I mean, I can do it on another monitor. Stick them from SteamDB. Okay. Although, with that being said, the list of valid IDs is going to constantly be changing. So this is like almost certainly no longer accurate because there's like new shit getting added to the everything constantly. Okay. Delay. Steam bitchy delay. Yes, the 10-minute interval. Okay. ID match. Okay. I don't know how cookies work, but that makes sense. Remove cow index. Match link. Filtered array. Blah blah blah. I'm mainly just looking for if blah blah blah, hack all of the things. I do appreciate the use of whatever these emotes are. That looks cool. It's not a base ASCII character. Interesting. It's more of a one-time nuke for your current issue. You know what? Fair. Remove game. Fetch. Blah blah blah. If response is not okay, fail, warning. Wait. Package. Remove count plus plus. Success, skipped. Success and annoying. Wait, Steam is annoying. Configuration constant. Steam is annoying. That feels like it should not be a constant. I call the things super quick so they don't notice. Data dot. The fuck is like isn't triple equal marks like exact match? So like double equal would be like 0 would also equal false, but triple it's like it has to be exactly this. Because I don't think I've ever used triple for anything. Absolute match? Okay. Rate limited. Steam being bitchy. Have a low removal tolerance. Can be difficult to get rid of automatically. Set Steam is annoying to oh, okay. I guess that's a manual thing. Likely due to a prior removal attempt for itself. Oh, okay, so Steam is annoying just skips things if it has an issue. Ever removing. Failed to remove. Get filtered subs. No matching sub IDs, okay. Removed blob. Console.log, new blah. The result is fail and index is greater than 0. Delay. Retrying in blah. Don't increment. Yeah, makes sense. Steam is annoying is for the things that refuse to be purged in a regular cycle. If it's disabled, it will trigger a 10-minute cooldown. Otherwise, it'll just skip it. Okay. Okay, yeah, I can just run it and just skip. Just, presumably, without it true, it'll get rid of, like, 13 or whatever, and then just skip the entire list. And then finish the script. Okay. Let us see what happens. Boop. Boop. Leave the page open, blah, blah, blah. If Steam is knowing it's true, that might happen. Well, I know there's a delay. So, skipped because. Yeah. Oh, okay, so it's still processing all of them. Oh yeah, success 11111 and then 84. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, okay, so it allows you to remove 12 games, and then everything else is just success value of 84. If you wanted to if you wanted to make this like a more robust tool for like other people to use, I'd recommend having it like explicitly be checking for if you've reached the timeout status, and then just immediately just ditch the entire rest of the array. Because it's still checking everything, it's just skipping them, even though they're all going to be 84. Unless it happens to take more than 10 minutes to go through the entire list. 84 being a crybaby, anything like that. No, I mean, if you know for a fact that you're only allowed to do 12 games per 10 minutes, you process 12 entries in the list, and then you just skip you just end the script. You run 12 and just stop. Or if you are waiting the 10 minutes, you run 12, wait 10 minutes, and then try again. Or maybe like try again once per minute. Because right now, if I want to wait for the script to be finalized, it's going to take a long ass time. Don't know that for a fact, that's why it's adaptive. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Maybe you could you could do something to where like I don't even know where it would be in here, but like the default delay being 1 second, like if you're detecting 84s, just change the default delay to be like just remove it. One second between successful removals. Oh, well, I guess. Oh, no, wait. It's not doing 1 second between. Maybe that's just the server lag latency. Because it does seem like it's trying to go, like, immediately. One, two, three, 17,276. Hmm. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh the page. Oh no. Oh no, the website got angry. I'm trying to reload the page. It does not want to reload. Oh no. Oh no, the console is angry. It does not want to close. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking close the entire tab. Okay, so if I set this to false. So setting Steam is annoying to false should just wait until it starts failing and then initiate the 10-minute delay. Okay. Okay, starting removal, removing game. Okay, object 84, retrying in 10 minutes. That's really fucking annoying. Because 1, 3, 276 divided by 12. So that's like 1,100. 1,106 sets of 12 times 10. So that's 11,060 minutes divided by 60. 184. 7.6 days. And that's not even accounting for the like micro delays in between each game. I can't make it go faster. Oh no, I understand. That is absolutely on Steam's end. They don't want people just DDoSing the site, grabbing all of the shit. I think there's also, it might just be because I think that's the same limit on how many, like how often you can add a game to your account. So it might just be the same limit for removing a license. I'm gonna take off now. Okay, have a good day. Good luck finding your progress. I mean, finding your solution. Because, like, if you're using the script to automatically add the free licenses, I think it also has, like, a timeout on it. Or, well, maybe that was, like, 10 games per hour. I can't remember. There's a Steam rate limit that prevents activating everything at once. Okay, fucking tell me what the rate limit is. Whatever. Okay, well, thanks for putting that together. Looks like my computer is going to be running for a week. Yeah. Let me just text him real quick. Yes. Okay, that's decent speed. They don't they don't have any gravity, but it's fine. Okay, no fucking money. No money. We're making super lame Mario. And by super lame, I mean it's lame because I'm the one making it. Is there a particular reason why it has to be executed on the licenses page? Is that because it's like actually looking for the remove button and just clicking it for you? Okay, get rid of the cheese. Using Steam's own removal function that is being pulled from the page. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Okay, let's... Hazard respawn updater. Let's go ahead and just fucking rename this to checkpoint. Tweak the removal method like 3 times. It's either safer just to assume it is. Oh, oh, phone. Phone. Okay, the phone was just going off because I had an alarm set to wake up at 5. We still have 20 minutes. Okay, let's resort this shit. Okay, get rid of all the bones. Actually, wait, no. Add node. Rename them all, shove them into a folder. Then add a new folder. Fuck off. Enemies. The bad boy goes in there. Hazard respawn triggers. Just hazards. Kill plane, spikes, blah blah blah. Okay, so we have checkpoints, hazards, enemies, bones. Bones are just fucking coins. So bones, checkpoints, enemies, hazards. Make it just a super tall thingamajig. Yeah, I think one of the things that I like least about Godot is that their layering is opposite of like every other application that I use. Like the stuff on the bottom is rendered on the top. Hmm. Finish line, player, enemies. The finish line can go inside of map triggers. Okay. I'm gonna go use the restroom and refill my water. I'll be back. Godot. Godot, why do you eat my hotkey for StreamerBot? Don't do that. It's rude. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to call it a little bit early. I just remembered I still need to actually prep my work lunch for today. So I'm going to go do that. Uh, Thank you for the being here and stuff and things. And Death, thank you very much for that Steam script. I greatly appreciate that. Okay. Bye bye. Have good days. We will do more absolute shit tomorrow. Oh, no problem. Streaming is fun. It's just also existentially painful when your brain doesn't want to function. Bye bye.